I'm back after 3 weeks. I had 3 weeks off. It's the Easter holidays. And then I took a week off to decorate my daughter's bedroom, which is nearly there, but it looks a lot better than it did. Right. I did a tiny amount of work while I was away. Not much though. So we were working on the monorail system. What did I do? I put in ticket booths. So ticket required, it says there. So you have to go to a ticket booth, buy a ticket. Have to wait for a monorail car to come along. Then we can board the monorail or we can fast travel. If you click fast travel, we could fast travel to this one. We use our monorail ticket. And there we go. Right, so we need to work a bit on the fast travel stuff. Currently, it is quite slow now. Ever since we not fast travel, pathfinding. Ever since we implemented fast travel, the pathfinding system has slowed down. So it takes 0.2 milliseconds. So we've got the pathfinding system calculating paths for these waypoints, which is how to get to the next quest objective. So it takes nearly a millisecond there to calculate that path. So it knows we can go to the fast travel system to get back, but it takes a millisecond to find out, which is too slow. There's only 16 milliseconds in an entire frame. So let's just profile that. And we'll just see where, like, know that it's because the path is in the A star. But let's just see exactly in the code where it's spending all its time. Alright, so we'll leave this running for a few seconds. Alright. So let's just say the last few seconds there. Game tick. Game HUD tick. Tick quests. Tick quest display. Draw quest. So it's in path 2 right here. Now it hasn't said it's hot. So 60% of the frame is in tick quests. And 11% of that 16% is in the A star. You can get distance in particular. Alright, so it's definitely in the A star. We need to find out where that is. So it's in Game HUD, Tick Quest, Display. No. Tick Quests. Create HUD objectives. It's not there. So look for path 2. Here it is. I've written it. Perf. So this takes 1 millisecond. And it's all in here in path 2, particularly in the A star. It's because this algorithm, you know, it has to run so much. It's got so many paths to explore, I think. So that takes between 1 and 2 milliseconds. Hang on a second. Let's go back to where we said perf. So we want to go from the chest room to the test room, right? Let's just see. Whoops. Is there an empty? Let's make that static so it doesn't, so it can keep its memory. I'm not even sure if that works. We'll see. Doesn't seem to. So first things first, I think we need to be able to empty an A star algorithm so we can reuse memory. A star game location. So does A star have an empty? Okay, so let's start by just putting an empty in. And then I'll put this here just because I need to know what to empty. So, tree, empty, cell map, empty. Cell pool, empty. Release. Ooh. So pool doesn't have an empty. What does empty even mean? Would even mean in a pool? It would mean freeing all the pages and setting the first page. Full page. Count to be 0. I think we'll just release it. I think that'll be fine for now. And then path empty flags equals 0. Okay. Flags. What is flags? Epath to flags equals epath to flags value 0. Right, so now we can call empty. We can just do a star dot empty. So this keeps the memory that we've allocated, just empties it. Now I'm not sure if that's going to make any improvement at all. The next thing I kind of need to do is, well, we'll just step through. In a second. All right, we'll just step through and we'll just check what's going on. I don't think it's really doing that much work. We'll see. We'll figure out why it is taking so long. There's a big optimization I want to do. It doesn't need to actually calculate the distances between each A star node. We can just tell it, we can just calculate, because all of the A star nodes positions are fixed. We can just calculate them offline and store them. It's made, no, not really much difference. Okay, so let's just step through and just see how it calculates this path. So start chest room to the test room. Get neighbors. So the neighbors of the chest room so it's getting all the warps in the world. And then it's saying we're not ignoring fast travel stations, there's no flags. So if the warp goes to, so if the warp source is the current source, we put where it goes to. So let's quickly put result up here. So it didn't add anything. So it's not a direct warp, right? So if result is 0, we're going to go through the warps again. And then we're going to say if the warp's source room is the same as a source room. So if this is room, we're going to put in, so this is basically in the middle of the room. We're in the middle of the room now. So we need to put all of the warp locations in that room into the result. Okay, so that's the room to room, that's the way it gets to the planting room we're putting in. And then the way it gets to the shop room we're putting in. And then the fast travel station to the crafting room. And then the fast travel station to the fast travel room. So this is where it's going slow because it's putting in loads of potentially loads of fast travel nodes. I mean, it's not that many really. So we've got 3 things to explore there. Three nodes to explore. The last one, which was a fast travel station, but position 9480. Uh, 9480. It's just putting the fast travel station in, not where every single one goes to, not where the fast travel, not every location the fast travel station goes to. Okay. So explore just, so the distances should be 0 for the first 2. And the third one, right? Okay. So now we're popping out the fast travel station. Now this is the one that I think is going to be slow, right? So the fast travel station neighbors. Crafting room, fast travel room, text room. So it finds it and it early's out by the looks of it. So put in those 3. So add node, what does that do? There is only three fast travel stations actually. So yeah, let's put them all in. So it said that it can go to all of the fast travel stations. So this is the result. This is where we want to be. This fast travel station. So the goal ID there. Yeah, so this is to get, so we're not quite at the goal ID. It could be at the goal, right, we're in the goal room though. Maybe we do want to test. Yeah, it might be good enough just to go to the room anyway. So the neighbours for this. So we're in the goal room. So we immediately find anyway that we are in the goal room. Okay, so we find it. So it's not that much work really. So why is it taking a millisecond? What is taking a millisecond? What's evaluate condition group doing? No. I'm not sure why this should be taking 1 whole millisecond. That is super slow. Let's profile that again. Alright, let's give it 5 seconds. Got game tick. You know, you'd expect game tick to be a hot path. Game HUD tick. Tick quests. Tick quest display. Draw quest. Draw quest objectives. Path 2. So A-star game location search, right? So this is what we've been looking at. A-star game location search operator. Search to operator, which is get distance, right? So this is the thing. Sell to goal node. Could be there. So let's just quickly have a look and see what if that's taking a long time. So chest to test. So it's this H one. So it is quite recursive. That could be it. I still like it's only recursing 4 times. 2, 3, 4. Okay. We remember it's about a millisecond, and I think we write this acceleration structure that I've got in mind, which is basically for every room-to-room warp or fast travel warp, we need to store the distance in rooms to every other one. Okay. So that would be in the world generator. Do that. We've got generate world map. And then we want to do generate. So we want static void generate warp distances. All right, so let's get here and then we'll just pause. Rebuild the world, and then we'll just work out how we're going to do this. Right, so the world has in it a bunch of warps, and the warps are either room to room or fast travel station. So we basically need a list of every source. Okay. I believe. Okay. So a world has in it a warp connector, which is a game location. So let's just do a T array of game location sources, right? I'm just going to go for auto warp and world get warps sources add unique warp source. Okay, put debug break there, so we're always going to stop there. So we're going to build up a list of every location So it's 24 locations, right? And then we need to make, for every single location, we just basically need the distance to the other location. Every other location. Okay. So for auto, so now this uses the world, which we don't have. Like we have a different world now. We have this world. Not the global world. It's used in a lot of places. Not a lot of places actually. Used in there. So I think I'm gonna just change this a little bit just to pass in the world, right? And that is world. And then get distance needs the world. The dot. And then get neighbours' world. Class, so I'll declare that. All right, and then the world itself, we call path 2, is just this. Oops. Alright, so let's just build that and just see if there are any more compilers anywhere. And then in the world generator now, we can use the world to path to. Do we need to do that though? Can we just say maybe we don't need to do the pathing here. Maybe we could just manually work it out. So I was saying we could do for auto source in sources, for auto dest in sources. We could do world.path to source dest. And that produces a path. Let's see. So we're going from chest to other chest. Oops. We're going from chest to crafting room. 6 locations. So we need to go to the planting room, and then to the other planting room, and to the test room, to the other test room, crafting room, to the crafting room. So starting off in the chest room. Yeah, I think we'll manually work it out, right? So we're going to say so we'll do we'll do some kind of structure here. Path distance, right? This is just going to be temporary code in here. I'll just like location distance. I'm gonna have game location source game location dist, and then we're gonna have basically the distance, right? So we're gonna have tier 8 distances. I'm gonna say And then we'll just go so we'll just say distances place. Oops. Source dist, right? And we also need the world. Okay. I'm just going to do void calculate. I'm going to do S32. Well, this is going to be recursive, right? So world, well, let's just have a reference to world in it. Calculate, and then I'm going to do and we're just going to spell calculate, right? So we're going to say if lock equals dest return so here's the thing, there could be many different ways to go from source to dest. We need to get the minimum distance, really. We basically need an array of just leave that for now. So we're going to go for auto warp in world.getWarps. If warp.source equals is not lock. It's not lock. Continue. If what? Yeah. If so, yeah. If the warp, if it's not if the warp source location is not the current location, we continue. Else, we do distance plus plus, and we do calculate warp.dest. And then we need an array of previously visited game locations. Maybe. Anyway, let's just have a look. Let's have a look at this. So we're going from the same to the same. There we go. So we just say the distance is 0. Okay. So it's just dot room, I think. We just want to compare rooms. Breakpoint here. So distance is 0. Second one. Different locations in the same room. Distance is 0. So now we're going from the chest room to the crafting room. So the warp room is back into the chest room. The warp source room is the chest room. So we're going to calculate based on the planting room. And we're trying to get to the crafting room. Planting room goes to the test room. Test room goes to the test 2 room. Test 2 room goes back to the test room. So this is where we need to say, have we been in this room before? Yeah. So we want an array of W string view visited rooms. This is going from chest to chest, chest to chest, chest to crafting. So we're going to the planting room. And then we're going to the test room. And then we're going to the test 2 room. And then we're going back to the test room. So that didn't work. So I think we need to do distance minus minus there. So go from the chest room to the crafting room again. So go from the chest room to the planting room. I'm going to go from the planting room to the test room. Test room to the test 2 room. I'm going back to the test room. That didn't work. So we're going from the test room now back to the planting room. And now we're going to go from the test room. Hey, alright. To the fast travel room.
Online.
Yeah, online, yeah.
Oh, good.
To the fast travel room. And now we're going to go from the fast travel room to the test room. Fast travel room to the monorail station room. Where are we going for again? The crafting room. Monorail station room to the fast travel room. Monorail station room to the chest room. Missed that one. Where are we now? Fast travel room. So we're back to the fast travel room. do the test room. The overlap room. Back in the test room, go into the chest room. Test room, going to the fast travel room. Planting room, going to the chest room. Chest room, going to the shop room. So this distance obviously being calculated, like this isn't working properly, or this isn't the way to do it. Figure out. Data room. Where do we want to go to again? Crafting room. Shop room. Downloader room. Data room. Crafting room. So we find it there. Right. Let's do a star. Let's do world. So auto path equals world path to source dest, right? get rid of this. Just do S32 distance. Okay. Don't need world. We do need world. What's the problem there? Oh, we don't need pass world, sorry. That's right. Okay. So the distance is how many unique rooms there are, I believe. Oh yeah, have a cup of tea, please. Cheers. So this is going from the chest room to the crafting room. It's just how many unique rooms are. So you have to do planting room. So where's it going from? Chest room to crafting room, and the path planting room, then test room, then testing room to crafting room. So let's just have a quick look at the world map. Where would that be? Here. So we are here, so it went to... Now where did we start off? Chest room. So we're in the chest room, and it should have just been able to fast travel to the crafting room. Right. Because path 2 doesn't actually necessarily find the shortest path. Okay, so at path 2, we need to make it a return, find all the paths and then return the shortest path. So from chest to crafting should just be 1. Distance of 1, because you can fast travel. This is much more difficult though. So how does normally start? Thank you. All right. It's the crafting. One. From planting to the goal. Give it an F score of minus int max. Okay, so let's just put in the warp connector. This is just world.getWarps now. Well, that's how it looks. do this. Okay. Working out some data structures. So I think, to be fair, this can just have the room in it. So the operator is if the room is the same and the kind are the same. So there's 15. And then when we have something like the test room, we've got a fast travel version and a room to room version. Then we want a path from it needs to be the game location. I think we have to write another kind of A star. Room desktop room like that. Okay. Let's do game location. So going from the chest room to the chest room. And then we're going from the chest room to the crafting room. So the chest room to the planting room is 1. And the planting room to the girl, which is the crafting room. The warp, we've got planting room to chest room, right? So the warp desk room is the chest room. So it should be turn 1. Doesn't. The location ID, the goal ID, is the goal room. That's confusing. So the goal ID is the hash of crafting room. The chest room. Yes, that's correct. And then we want to go from the chest room planting room, shop room, crafting room. Okay. Shop room. Chest room to the crafting room. So crafting room is where we want to be. Oh. Different source though. So I wonder if we could change this to room. So it did return 6 locations. So the source location is the chest room to the crafting room. They both have fast travel. It wants me to go to the planting room, then the test room, and then the crafting room. Yeah, so this is it. It's finding it. It's just returning the first. There's currently nothing in the tree. Distance is 2. So to go from the planting room to the crafting room, the distance is 2. Which is to go back into the chest room and then warp over. Or to go to the test room and warp over. So that is actually working properly now. So let's see. So it can either go... So from the planting room, it can either go into the test room or the chest room. So we start by going into the test room. Test room can go into a bunch of different places, but one of them should be where we want to be, which is the crafting room. So fast travel station to the crafting room. So it's number 5, ID 837. Okay, so there we go. Then it fast travelled from the test room back into the goal. Try that again. So it's what happens when we go from the planting into the chest room. The chest room we probably have already explored. So we've already explored it. However, yeah, we've already explored it, but we've not explored it at this depth yet. It's a shallower depth. Okay. So we want maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe we're just hashing the min value. Let's try that. No. So we want to remove it if min is less than the value. So yeah, export node. If index is here. Let's try that. So if we go back closer in again, back closer to the start room, remove the explored node. So when we go via the planting room, go to the test room. Okay. Nuke bird. Hey, not lazy. No, not really. Laid back. You're doing all right. Haven't been on for a couple of weeks. Alright. So we'll add that. Oh, very good. Yeah. I'm just doing some pathfinding stuff at the moment. Just going through trying to pre-calculate all the distances that the pathfinding system uses so they don't have to calculate at runtime. It's quite difficult. I'm finding it quite difficult. I haven't done any coding for a couple of weeks, so I'm still getting back into it really. Okay. Doesn't give me that, which is annoying. Okay. So we're going from the planting room to the test room. Yeah, they're not there. I tried it as well a couple of years ago now, and then I ended up just going back to pre-compiled headers. It would be great if they worked properly. Okay, so we're going now. Yeah, I've not really tried many other systems style languages. If I want to do systems work, I've just always gone to C++. And then, you know, if I've done other things, I've used C# or something like that. I've always been, you know, C++ is a bit of a mouthful. There's lots to it. But I've always been able to do what I wanted to do. Yeah, but the problem is just compilation speed, really. Like this engine now is getting a bit slow to compile. I mean, it's not that slow. It takes like 2 minutes to do a full rebuild. But it would be nice for it to be 5 seconds. Never tried Go. I think it's very easy to write toy examples to make any language faster than any other language. But toy examples are not really where you want the language to be faster. It needs to be faster in real world applications, you know. You can't just write some little bit of code and claim a language is faster than another. Oh yeah, that's insane. We're not going to know whether Go is a C++ killer for another 20 years or more. Doubt it anyway. Takes like 2 minutes something. I've always tried to forward declare as much as I can in the header files. And I wish Visual Studio gave you a feature where it would say, well, you don't need this header file. I know that what's the other big IDE that JetBrains makes? It has a cool little feature that says this header file is not needed. That would be really nice. Yeah, so yeah, and then you can also make mono builds, they're called, which is something that I know Unreal Engine does it, where you have a C++ file that includes other C++ files, and then you just build that C++ file, and not the C++ files it includes, and that speeds things up a lot, which is something that eventually I might do. That's what the Unreal Build tool does, or one of the things it does. Because obviously, like, C++ will compile one CPP file at a time per thread. So if you can dump a load of C++ files into one C++ file, you're compiling more code at one time per thread. Might be true for Unreal, I'm not sure. The slowest part's not the linker for my project. It's definitely the C++ files. Only because there's a lot of them, you know. Well, there's not that many, but it has to compile each one individually. Yeah, there's static libraries, yeah. That's right. There's there's a couple of executables. And then the game's a static library, and the graphics library is a static library. The support libraries are static libraries. So when I'm building the game, I'm only building the static library for the game and then linking it. If I do a full build, meaning I clean everything, do a complete build, and obviously that's what takes a couple of minutes. But a full rebuild of just the game, it's not that bad at the moment. I tend to, so if you press Control F7 on Visual Studio anyway, it just builds the file you're working on. So if you're just making changes to a file, or say you make changes to a header file that's included in a lot of C++ files, and then you just want to concentrate on getting all of the compile errors out of one C++ file, and you don't have to keep rebuilding the entire thing. You just rebuild that one file over and over again until there's no more compile errors, and then move on to the next file. And that's the way I tend to build the game up. You know, so if I do like I change like A star, so if I do something like, I don't know if it'll detect that as a change. Yeah, so world there. So if there was a compile error in world, so it's going to compile all these C++ files now. If there was a compile error in one, I'd stop the build, go to that one file, and then Control F7 all the time to just get all the compile errors out of that file. And I think that's faster than just trying to rebuild the project with F5 all the time. Alright, cool, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that they have a similar thing where you can just build one file rather than the entire project. I've not used NeoVim or anything, so I'm not sure. But I'm sure you could set up a build. I mean, I don't know, like you probably have a separate build system, don't you? Like I don't know, Ninja or something, but I'm not sure. Okay. Anyway, let's just build. Haven't really got much done today. It's always hard when you come back from time off and then you have to get back into the swing of things. Ah, right, yeah. No, it's no problem, don't worry about it. I like talking coding stuff. Code and package manager. I just use MS Build, the one in Visual Studio, and then it has a package manager. And I do have a couple of packages. I'll find out how it even works. I do have a couple of packages that it gets in Xaudio. It pulls in from the package manager, and the shader compiler stuff, DirectX shader compiler. Yeah, nice to talk C++. Yeah, it is. You know, it's a long time since I messed with it. NuGet, that's what it's called. I don't even know how it works now. NuGet package manager. Here we go. So I have Xaudio 2, which is sound library, and the WinPix event runtime, which is just allows me to when I'm debugging the graphics stuff with Pix, it allows me to put in notes. I can write notes which get sent to Pix, so I can like separate draw calls with a note saying like, this is the one that I'm trying to look at or something. Yeah, it's pure Win API. That's right. DirectX 12. So like the pics. So this is the library that comes from NuGet, and then I just defined this thing called PicScope, and it allows me to put in messages like draw reflection batches and then set a color. So that when I debug with pics, my graphics stuff, there'll be like a little flag, a little color, like a little green that says draw reflection batches, so I know where I can like label draw calls and things. Yeah. So GLFW and stuff. I did that at uni a long time ago, so I have done it in STL. But then my main interest is in trying to develop all that stuff rather than use it, I suppose. Like how's STL made? Alright, that has always been my interest. I'm going to try and make a game now, so it's changing a little bit, but for like the last 15 years or something, I've been trying to do lower level stuff. Alright. So what I'm trying to do now is just make a list of the distance in rooms. How many rooms away is this point in the world? And to do that, I'm using the A* search algorithm, and it works. Apart from, it doesn't always return the shortest distance through the world. It returns a path through the world, but I want the shortest distance. So I'm just trying to understand how it all works so I can make the changes. So if I want to go from the chest room to the crafting room, it returns this path which has got 6 locations in it. But I know to go from the chest room to the crafting room, there's a fast travel station there. So it should just be able to fast travel to it. So it has gone. You have to go from the planting room into the test room and then into the crafting room, but it should just be able to go directly into the crafting room using the fast travel system. And that's what it's not doing. So obviously A*'s a little bit complicated. So I'm just trying to work out how I could set it up so it returns, well, it should return the shortest path. That's the thing, so it is slightly wrong. I think it should return the shortest path by default. So the neighbours of the chest room are the planting room. Maybe that's the problem. Because the neighbours of the chest room should include all the fast travel stations. Let's just see. So if I go up to, so this is the planting room, this is the chest room, and it should also be the shop room. we get neighbours is wrong? Based on a priority queue. It's based on a it's like a balanced binary tree, which is maybe a priority queue. I'm not sure. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, so it's this type of thing where you send the highest number to the front, or I think it's the highest number or the lowest number. But yeah, that would be what it is. I do that using a binary tree. So I just like send things up the tree. So what's happening is it's finding the goal. But then it's not finding the shortest path to the goal. Which means the numbers that it's getting to put in the tree are probably wrong. Yeah, well, I need to go through it and check that it is working how I think it's working. And then what I'm going to do is, because this A star is just for triggers that are like warp connectors, I call them. So they're like how you connect one room from one room to another room, or from a fast travel station to all the rest of the fast travel stations. They will never move in the game, so I can pre-compute all the distances. So if you want to know the distance from anywhere to anywhere, you just look it up in a table rather than have to go through the A star kind of calculation, you know, where you have to the exploration bit of A star, and that should speed it up quite a lot. That's the goal. So it's where it calculating these scores. So if you want to go from the chest room to the crafting room, there is a fast travel station in the way there. So we should just be able to go straight to the fast travel station. So it's just returning one neighbour from the chest room to the crafting room, which I don't think is right, because the chest room... Oh, no. It is right for that particular... For that particular node. So this node is... So what I think we need to do is we need one that specifically works on just rooms. This ID is a trigger. That is a particular warp trigger rather than just a room. So what it's returning is the neighbour is the trigger that it connects to your warp 2. But I just want to return all the neighbours of the current room. Okay. I might just have a 2-minute break, and then we'll do this. We might write another A star, just based on room. But I'll do that in 2 minutes. I'll be back shortly. Okay. So I might make another A star, which is just a room-to-room A star, and we'll just copy it for now. A star room search or something. A star game location node. So it can just be the same. We'll just do that for now. I'm just going to make another copy of this. I don't want to mess with this because the game uses this all the time. We'll build it in another one, in another class for now. I'm going to call this A star room search. And then wherever we were, we're just going to go paths to, what does this do? Okay. I'm just going to go A star room room search. A star. E path 2 flags. On. World start. So the start is source, location, dest location. Okay. So we'll make this temporary for now. I don't really know if that's how it's going to work in the final thing. Where are we? Okay. So this is, we're doing an A-star room search now. Just build this. And this is just room to room. Okay. The next one. So we've got one neighbor. Get neighbors needs to be changed. So the location ID. I'm going to change this as well. A-star room location node. And then we're just going to pass in room. And the ID is #64 the room. And the room is the room. Type. And this is A star cell location, A star room location, room location node. And then we want A star room search result. Oops. And that's just a W string view. All this A star room location. We want to change the name of that. Okay, let's just get rid of all these compilers that it's going to generate. So the distance is A star. So this is actually just const W string view for the room name. Okay. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thanks for the money, bro.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry about it. Make this a string. So it doesn't know how to do this. some reason. It's down room location. Could be string view, that's fine. Really? Thank you very much. Slow. Slow, but not too bad. Alright. That's why. Okay, so they're all actually nodes, that's the problem. Yes. Genkishi, thank you for the follow. Discord. Okay. Do I have an... See if I have a... yeah, if you just... Yeah, let me look on Discord a second. I'll try and find the invite link. Pretty sure I linked to it on my yeah, so if you go to my channel page, there's a link to Discord. Link to my Discord channel there. So if you just go to like twitch.tv/LazyBenGames. Yeah, thanks for the comment. Thanks for the follow as well. Okay. Where was I? Add cell. This is W string view. All right, good. Okay, so P current A star room location position.id. All right, so maybe it does have an ID. So we want a hash. So it's goalnode.id. There. This one, they're building the path back up again. Okay, so it's just location. Get neighbors. It's const. this kind of thing here need to all change. So the path is W string view. All right. So it's just p current position room. For that. Get path array W string view. Selmap add a location.id. So this is just hash 64 location. Just hash 64 location. So we're just gonna go location ID, location ID, location ID. The goal, if the current position dot room is equal to the goal, add node. Goal, so it has to be const. We do warp.dest.room, and now warp.source.room. Okay. .room. Is that room location node? We need a W string version. We'll do game location version. Needs to be a constructor version of it. Okay. What's going on here? .room. Okay. Okay. So we're trying to hash the wrong thing. So hash 32 of star room location node. I don't know how that's giving the error. Let's make that a string. That's weird. No. Oops. Start game location node. Changing a lot of wrong things. Maybe it is just room. Hang on a second. I'll keep it as room. I'll keep it as room. Keep it as location, I mean. Change something and it's not being able to hash it anymore. What have I changed? We did put a hash in for that. Well, all of a sudden it can't hash it. Not sure why. Might just have to start this again. It needs to hash the cell type. It could hash it before though. Or we implement a hasher for it. Do this. So it wants to do this. So let's just return node.id. Hash. What is it? Beam default hash seed node.id. See if that. So we need to include libm hash. BM default hash, where is that? It's in hash.h. What is going on here? Oh, it's a beginning and end. Or is it just hash? That's why. God knows why that was working before. So deleted it. Don't wait. Well, build this. I also want to check that I haven't just broken everything. Anyway, we should be able to do a start room search now, which means we can search just through rooms. Need to implement a couple of things before it works, but at least it's compiling. Problem. What's the problem then? Maybe it should be strings. So we definitely have linker error there. Default world generator. So what's interesting is that's a linker error. That should be room.room, but it's come up as a linker error. Might need to rebuild this. That's so weird. Okay. Anyway, I can run it now. So from chest to chest. So I don't know if it does need to be string. We'll worry about that later. Okay. So there we go. From chest to crafting. So get neighbors. So this is the thing that needs to change, right? So this room so the current room, which is the chest room, just needs to add in to do this. So if the warp source room is this room, we need to add it in. We need to add the desk room in. Five neighbors. So the planting room, which is room to room. The shop room, which is room to room. The crafting room, which is fast travel. Okay. And then we need to get the distance between the chest room and the planting room, which is 1. Which is 1. The crafting room, which was the original goal, It should pull out now. The crafting room. Alright. So basically the distance is 1. The distance to the data room chest room to the downloader room. So it's not quite right. It's not quite right still. But it is better. So it just goes to the crafting room. So you can go directly to the crafting room.
Sweet.
So to go to the data room, so let's just see actually how far it is away from the data room to the chest. From the chest room to the data room. So this is the chest room. It's got to go through the shop room into the data charger room. This is the data room, so you got to go through the shop room. Okay. Okay, so this means we need to make sure we go. This chooses to go through the shop room. Okay. So we're going from the chest room to the data room. So the chest room has 5 neighbours. And the neighbours of the shop room. So none of those neighbours are the data room, right? But the shop room has a neighbour of data room. So chest room to planting room should be 1. Yeah. From planting room to data room. Okay, so let's just remove this explored nodes thing for now. So I'm just going to say No. So the source is the chest room to the chest room. It's just a chest room to the crafting room, chest room to the data room. So it needs to go through the shop room. Okay, so we get the shop room. The score is 6, 6, 3, 7. So the shop room has a neighbour, which is the data room. It came from the shop room. Okay, so for some reason, it's returning path 0. I think path 0 is just where to get to. So I'm just going to say if auto D equals A star dot get path get count. Very nice. Let's have a look at D. So D is 1. So to go from the chest room to the chest room is 1. To go from the chest room to the crafting room, the length is 1. It should be 0 to go from chest room to chest room. To go from the chest room to the data room is 2. To go from the chest room to the downloader room should be 3. It says it's 2 because it might go the fast travel. Might fast travel to the fast travel room to the downloader room. So let's just check that. It says it's 2. So to get to the downloader room, we fast travel to the crafting room. And then we go to the downloader room. So let's just check that that's the path it takes. Hang on, we need to make sure it rebuilds the world first. So that's going to the crafting room, the data room, the downloader room. This is the 1. So it needs to go So to get the neighbours, 5. So the fast travel room. And then back. So let's have a look at the tree again. Is it the craft? No, it's the crafting room, isn't it? So it fast travels to the crafting room. Then it gets the crafting room out. And then the crafting room can go to the downloader room using a room to room. It can go to the fast travel room using the fast travel station. And it can go to the test room using a fast travel station. But we're wanting to go to the downloader room. I think this is working now. There we go. So it needs to go 2. All right. Now then, so we're going to the fast travel room. It should just be 1. We should just be able to fast travel to it. It's 1, yes. And now we're going to the monorail station room. Which should be 2. 2, yes. Now we're going to the overlap room. It should be 2. And then we went to the planting room, which is 1. Now we're going to shop room, which should be 1. And now we're going to the test room, which should be 1. Test room 2, it should be 2. Chest room should be 1. Crafting room 1, I think. Takes the fast travel path. Fast travel room should be 1. Test room should be 1. Okay. And now we're going to go from the crafting room. Crafting room also has a fast travel station in it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to build up a data structure now. This should be W string. W string. This is source room, desk room. Distance. And we're just going to have an array of location distance. So what we actually want to do as well, so we need to do location distance. So distance is place source.location.room desk.location.room d. What we also want to do is make sure that if they're the same room, it needs to return 0. And we'll just do beam truncate S32D. Yeah, so if source.location.room equals desk.location.room, I'll just set d equal to 0 explicitly. Okay. Oh, I'm going to break there anyway. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So how many distance do we have? 255. So from chest to chest, the distance is 0. From chest to crafting, the distance is 1. All right. So we might just do U64 source ID, U64 desk ID, and then we're just going to say source ID equals #64 source room desk ID is #64 desk room. And I think that this needs to be the thing that gets put into the world. I believe. So we'll stick this in the world. So what do we need? We need binary serializers. copy this one. World location distance. So this is distance dot source ID, distance dot source room, distance dot dest ID, distance dot dest room, distance dot distance. So this should be value. Distance dot value. And then we need an array of these in the world. And this should probably be called world room distance. And then we'll just do world.distances. World.distances. And then in the generator, I'm just going to say world.distances. Get distances. Ugh. Room distances. It does need to be a reference. So we need to return room distances. I mean, we should probably call these room distances. And then in the generator, we've just got auto distances equals world.get room distances. And distances.empty. And then we're just going to emplace them all. Okay, quick 2-minute break. Test this. Not quite. Let's just get this compiler out of the way first. Need one of them. All right, 2-minute break. Alright, we're finally making some progress. So now, for every single room-to-room locate, like connector, something which warps you from one room to another, and every single fast travel station, we know the distance to every other warp connector or fast travel station. So let's look at Get World. And we'll just see if we compile all that information into the game now. Get stations, fast travel controller get station, I mean that must be called. Okay. So world has room distances 255. Great. So now, let's just check that we haven't completely broken pathfinding. Just follow this person. Follow Jenny. So what's Jenny going to do? Looks like she's going to this fast travel station. I think she goes I don't know which one she goes to actually. Crafting, I think. Yeah. So we're not broken. She's going to come all the way back. So let's go and get let's go to here and get a quest. Okay. So we're at 3 milliseconds there. That's the thing we've got to speed up now using this data structure that we've just created. It should be pretty much instant. We should be able to make it instant, pretty much. Less than half a millisecond anyway. So this down here, it's calculating how long it's taken to calculate that waypoint needs to be there to get back to the quest objective. Right. Call it if I think. There it is. So this piece of code here is taking 3 milliseconds. So we're trying to path to test room. Now, path 2 is good for patrols. So we're trying to go from chest room to test room, right? So get neighbors 3. They should all be in the chest room. So So get neighbors here can be optimized now. Because we want to find... No. What do we need? I think that's fine. I think that is right. That's okay. So the distance from the chest room to the chest room. So get distance, right? Here, we can just use this distance thing we've just made. So, we're going to go for both fast travel stations, it's 1. What I want to do is I'm going to go distances, get world, get distances, get room distances, and then I'm going to go for auto D in distances. If D source ID I'm going to do auto source ID equals #64 start. Well, it's just start ID. I think. A start game locate. No, it's not. It's #64 start dot location dot room auto dest ID. It's #64 go dot location dot room equals source ID and D dot dest ID is dest ID. Return D dot value. That should literally be it. And then return in max. So let's see what happens. Look at that, it's instant. 0.1 milliseconds. Now the question is, can we speed that up even more? Okay, so what I think I need to do first is, because I'm going to want to show this on YouTube, I'm going to put this back. I also want to check that this really does work. It's working for these cases. It's working for the cases with this quest marker. I just want to give it a good check. So, track the quest. So that's good. So we can use the fast travel system to go all the way back. Wants me to go there. Now it wants me to go there because I can use this fast travel station I think it is working. And it's super fast, so it's taking 1/4 of a millisecond. Right. So let's now also get a quest with a few more objectives. 1/4 of a millisecond is still pretty slow. If you have a lot of objectives, let's just talk to this NPC till we get a quest off them. Yes. Track this one. So this has it's got 2 quest markers. So we're looking at nearly 1/2 a millisecond. I mean, this is a debug build as well. Now, the worst case scenario, we just do it when we enter the room, because all these things are fixed. We only need to do it once. But that means that, as long as the quest objective locations don't change, we only need to do it when we enter the room. But they might change, so... Alright. Let's just do a release build. I haven't done a release build in a while. And we'll just see really how long this takes. Like, we definitely are going to be able to shave off a little bit of time by reusing the memory. So we'll just try and do that after. But we got it down from like 3 milliseconds to 0.1 or 0.2 milliseconds, which is awesome. Might take a while to do a release build, actually. I haven't done a release build in like months. Oh, my last biscuit. Eating biscuits. The thing is, like, this pathfinding thing does have quite a bit of dynamic memory allocation in it. So, you know. we can reuse all that memory instead of having to get it every frame. It's not even every frame, it's every time we call path 2. Like, we need to be able to basically, as long as this we never do this on a separate thread, we can put this A-star game location into the world class and then reuse its memory. So I think here I want to call empty, and then wherever we actually do search, we do search space.empty. Yoshi boy, thanks for the follow. Got any questions? Just ask. Just working on pathfinding, trying to speed it up, which we've kind of done now. It's going great. How are you doing? I mean, it's going quite slow, but I've finally got some progress. We're working on optimizing our pathfinding in the engine. Which is about done. I'll show you once it's built. Once the game's built. I'm just doing a release build to see actually how fast it takes to solve for this path. This test path. Cool. What languages do you use? Are you a coder? It's taken a long time to build because I haven't done a release build in like months, maybe since Christmas. Java stuff, cool, yeah. And Kotlin, yeah. Yeah, I did Java at university. I like it, it's good. I've heard of Kotlin. I have not used it. It's based on Java though, isn't it? From what I remember. Kotlin. Statically typed programming language developed by JetBrains. Ah, mint. So what's the difference between Kotlin and Java? Is it just like for Android development, what they recommend? Right, okay, cool. I thought Java was statically typed as well. Maybe not. More concise. Oh, so it's just okay. So it's different syntax. Yeah, I love learning about new languages like this. I mean, I don't know if it's new, but coroutines, data classes, null safety. So it's like yeah, it's just a more modern programming style. Null reference it. $1 billion mistake. Yeah, maybe. Cool. Yeah. Less verbose. Oh man, if you don't like verbose languages, you'll hate C++. It's like the most verbose of them all, I think. Alright, so we're built. So let's watch it crash, because I haven't built a release build in ages. If it doesn't crash, it'd be awesome. Oh, it hasn't crashed. Right. So what I was testing, so for pathfinding, I was getting a quest by running into this pink square and tracking it. And then you get these white squares, which are here and on the radar, and that's just your quest objective marker. And the pathfinding was, so it's moved to there now because we need to go back through there to get the quest objective. So this takes 0.02 of a millisecond to solve for this path, and it still takes that. But now it's recommending I go here, right? Even though we came through that door, because here this is a fast travel station and we can fast travel all the way back to the quest objective. And that's what I was working on. It needs to show the shortest path, which isn't currently, which is changed because we're in this room with a fast travel station. And it wasn't doing that before, and it was taking like 3 milliseconds to solve for the path, and now it, so this is released, so it's only taking 0.02 of a millisecond, but it was taking about 20th of a millisecond with this optimization. So 3 milliseconds to 20th of a millisecond is a win for sure. So yeah, I need to get the actual quest objectives to show up here as well, so I can fast travel directly back there now. Cool. That was all that was what I wanted to do for that optimization. Start optimization done. Now I was just going to work a little bit on, we can make it faster because the path to wherever it is creates an A-star game location here. This is quite heavy on dynamic memory allocation. Now if we put A-star game location into the world class, it can reuse its memory. What, the game? Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff in the game now. It's like a sci-fi gardening game that I'm building, so you can do all gardening, and the fast travel's meant to be like a Star Trek style beam where you beam down to planets, because it's set on a space station, but you're going to be able to beam down to planets. Oh, and the engine, yeah, the engine's pretty built out as well. So it's got like, let me just run it. It's got like a full editor and stuff. So if I press the back tick on the keyboard, I can open the editor for the room. And you can like, you know, move stuff. It's got like dynamic lighting and shadow and reflections. You move stuff around. You can like draw rivers. Oh, that's not the river one, that's the river one. Got full undo redo. You can do stuff like it's got like dialogue trees. So this is everything that NPC is called Jenny. This is everything that she can say. So it started directly, like it evaluates each root node from left to right and tests these engine conditions here. And if they fail the condition, it goes to the next one. So Jenny quest started. So she says, how's the quest going? But that she can only say that if you're on the quest and stuff like that. And I'm going to actually, my plan is to, so I'm doing this a bit of work on pathfinding, and then my plan is to go on to a bit more general AI stuff. So I want to be able to use these node canvases to draw AI, you know, AI trees, what they call them, where you put like states, AI states, and it evaluates the trees, and then it picks an AI state to do. So I'm gonna once I've developed that, I'm gonna do combat with that. So that'll be quite fun. AI state trees or something they're called. Trees. Behavior trees, that's what they're called. So these things where you like build these node trees out and you put behaviors. So it can be like, if we're doing combat, it could be like the attack behavior based on, it has to satisfy all these conditions to get down the tree, and then you get like quite interesting AI from that. So that's kind of, I'm going to be on AI for the next few weeks, I reckon. Starting with this pathfinding. The pathfinding's not really a new system, that's been in the engine for ages, but I've been just making it faster because I put in fast travel, and then fast travel slowed down the old version of pathfinding a lot, because once you have fast travel stations, you've got like a many to many. Each fast travel station can travel to every other fast travel station. So when you want to solve from a path from one place in the world to the next, all of a sudden the search space is a lot bigger. So I've just been fixing that, making that quicker. And it's got like a lot of cool stuff. Like a cutscene editor in it. Like, you got like the preview window for the cutscene editor. You know, you can like drag these things around, and these are meant to be like a timeline, you know. And then this thing's is a monorail that I built a couple of weeks ago. I haven't coded for a couple of weeks because it's been Easter holidays and I've been off work with my kids. But you can like catch a monorail. I go to So you have to buy a monorail ticket. This is another kind of fast travel. And then you can board the monorail, and what that does is allows you to just go around the world slowly and look at all the gardens, because it's a gardening game. You're going to build gardens, and it's just going to be a way of looking at the world, a chill way. Or you can use it as fast travel. So we can go to like Mary's monorail station. Maybe. That didn't work. Well, I've broken it. Let's try again. There we go. And then it goes off and fast travels to Mary's monorail station. There's no real graphics or anything, it's just all kind of gameplay prototype at the moment, and then in a few months we'll start on the actual graphics. So go to the A star, search internal, right? We're going to go empty. Ooh, there is no empty here. Should maybe put empty in for all these. All right, yeah. Yeah, I see you tomorrow. I might not be in tomorrow because I'm getting the floor delivered.
You getting it?
I'm getting Kiki's floor delivered.
Oh, right.
So I might not be here. I'll see. If they say like, they'll give us a text half an hour before they arrive. I'll be able to come before it arrives. Yeah.
Might be brewing something, so
All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. See you later. So let's just put empty in here as well. So this is tree.empty. Cell map. Not really. So this. Oh no, we can empty the map. Can't empty the pool. Have to release that. Which makes sense. I think. Target index.reset. Search space. .empty. Dynamic collision hash 0. Goal hash 0. So now we can just call empty here. And then the other two do have empties. Game location has empty. A-star room search has empty. A-star game set. So that calls empty there. Oops. That's call empty there. Oops. Okay. So now, where are we? If you go back to the world, in theory, we can just make this static for a second. I want this not to crash. If this crashes, we'll have to figure out what data it's keeping around. Ugh. And then I'll have to assert on a main thread here Because if we ever decide in the future, because this currently is thread safe. As soon as we put A* game location into the world class, it stops being thread safe. Which we might eventually, once we start doing a lot of path 2s, we might have to separate it into a few different threads. But right now, just one thread, so we can take that optimization of reusing memory. And then we do need to finish off the monorail, really, because there's a couple of jobs. We need to be able to allow the NPCs to board the monorail, and we also need to we can't get off the monorail if we just ride it, not fast travel. So we might take some time tomorrow to do that. I'm very pleased with that optimization, though. So, if we get this quest, we've got 2 timers going. Why have we got 2 timers? Confusing. Didn't crash though, which was good. Why is it 2? What is it? All of a sudden there's 2 timers. Let's have a look at the scope timer. Interesting. We've changed something there. It's continually. I mean, that's what it seems to be continually doing. Pretty sure that that's not what's meant to happen. It's meant to do it occasionally. It's continually doing the A*. It's only meant to do it when it approaches something collidable. What is going on there then? Oh, because it's constantly emptying it. So this is making use. It's keeping stuff around. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do this. I'm not going to empty it. We do want to empty There we go. It just does it once there. Like, we do need a caching mechanism for this as well. That would make it a lot faster, excuse me. Anyway, we'll do that in a bit. So okay, good. Right, so what we were going to do was where were we in the world? So we were going to put this so we put the flags there. Maybe we should search with the flags. Well, let's just see, like, what kind of speed up we are getting here. So now it's taking about 0.2 milliseconds. It's also about memory fragmentation too. Should maybe keep this around. Yeah, it is a bit faster. Okay, we will keep it around. We'll change this API. Or we'll do something like, I don't know, set flags. We pass in the flags there. And there. So I think we're going to do this. We want to pass in the flags. Well, maybe not there. We'll pass it here. Passing it in there, aren't we? And we just have to say this flags equals flags. And we also want to do it here. And then the world generator, we do generate distances. We just need to do that. And then in the world, now we can just do flags there. This goes away. And this goes into the world. Like that. Okay. Doesn't know about A star. needs to go to the world. Okay. What's going on? Attempting to reference a deleted function. What's going on? It wants to copy it. Whatever, I won't put it there then. Whoops. Put it here. And then we need to put in, we need to ensure on the main thread here. What is it? Assert main thread. Because if you ever want to do this over multiple threads, you need to change it. Get rid of that. And then what would be the next thing we would do? We would actually work on putting in, implementing something new. I think we need to get off put in some UI so we can get off the monorail at the next station. So let's just see where we are now in terms of speed. So we're about between 1.5 and 2.2 milliseconds. So it isn't that bad. I don't think we can aim to be any faster than that, really. This is a debug build on a slow computer and all. I think we're fine. We need to fix this. There's a bunch of housekeeping stuff. We need to fix this because it's over the top. These need to be over here, I think. Could do that now. So this is the message. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Okay, no, we'll do it. We'll do it. What is it? Messenger. Tick. Drawstring. Offset. So let's do auto bounds. Do client bounds. So this is client bounds dot top left plus client bounds dot width over 2. We'll just put it well, no. Say the offset, however that's defined, is just client bounds dot width over 2 line height. I'll put it right in the middle of the window, which is sufficiently annoying for an error message. There we go. I mean, that's quite annoying. Okay, so let's check this stuff in. And then we need to write something new now. We need to be able to make... Currently the hero cannot get off the monorail if they just want to ride it. We need to start spawning in the monorail room as well. What's this room called? Monorail station. Okay. Monorail station room. So if we buy a ticket, we wait for a monorail to come round. Might take a while. Here it comes. There's a couple of things, and I don't think it's input. So if I just fast travel, if I click this, I don't think that's implemented. I think that was a problem before. But I also... Ooh, that's spent a ticket. So that's a bug. Alright. So we need to fix a lot of this stuff. So, monorail controller. Ticket. Open ticket booth. Okay, so what makes us spend a ticket? It's probably in the game menus. Let's have a look at monorail stuff we've got in here. Monorail station menu. Ticket booth menu. Draw buy tickets menu. Generate items and notify. So this is actually buying a ticket. It's not, we want spending a ticket. So what's this? Monorail ticket booth. So this is a map. Where in the world do we? So it spends the ticket. This is the first bug. It spends the ticket. So we buy a ticket. And then I have to run to the next room to catch it. So if you click the fast travel, we're opening the monorail station menu. So if we close off this, it spends the monorail ticket. That is confusing. And it seems to have stopped the monorail. Look, it's still there. So that doesn't spend it. If you click fast travel, okay, so we need to go to the inventory item or inventory bag. Wherever we destroy the item. Destroy item. It's not there. Okay, wherever we send. Well, before we move item, let's go and get another monorail ticket. Is there a station? Is there a monorail? Is there a ticket booth? Whoops. There. No. Need to make that a ticket booth. It's already happened. Uh, okay, so this only happens if choice is 0. Which is just board the monorail. If we click the fast travel, so if we do this, it shouldn't destroy the ticket. So we need to do a couple of things. So when that menu closes, the monorail has to set the wait T. Right. Do we have, can we detect if it opens? Execute monorail fast travel. So that should spend the ticket there. Okay, so we need we need a way to detect if menus have been closed. If there isn't one already. There isn't on enter. There's an on exit. So this should get fired when the menu closes. And then we actually need to report back. Okay, there. But we do need to report back to the monorail controller. Here. We need to listen. Yeah, so this is going to change anyway, because this is going to end up being an execute, because we want this, an execute, which means an execute event, because we're going to want to take it over the game and run the player into the monorail car. Hey, how's it going? Got any questions? Just ask, no problem. Fuck, Rezi, that's a cool name. Thanks for the follow. I'm just working on a little bit on an older system that I made a few weeks ago, which was a game Monorail. Monorail being like, you know, a train that you can catch. So you can fast travel to like, I don't know, Mary's monorail station. And then, but there's a few bugs. As you can see, that's quite a significant bug. So I am working through the bugs. The first one I was working on was that even if you don't actually board the monorail, it spends the monorail ticket. So you get a monorail ticket. And then you go to any of the monorail stations, which are these white circles. And you can board the monorail, which means you just ride it. Or you can fast travel using it. So if I fast travel to like there. Yeah, there's a weird bug there where the camera goes back. It doesn't start rendering the player. It's rendering the player in a different room. And another one is if you just close the menu, it spends the ticket. Oh, switching jobs. Yeah, cool, man. That's exciting and scary. Yeah, I've been coding 1892. I'm a vampire, actually. No, I'm joking. I've been coding for since 1998 or something, 97, maybe. Yeah, don't judge my UI at the moment. It's just standing UI. It's all gonna look a lot better soon. This is a monorail station UI. Well, the ticket booth, and this is the world map. And then you can like locate the different stations on the world map, and you can buy tickets. So if I buy a ticket and then I go and wait for a monorail car, the bug that I have now is if I open the fast travel menu, which I granted looks exactly the same as this ticket menu, but it won't eventually. And then I close it without doing anything. Oh, yeah, it used to spend the ticket. Now it doesn't because I've fixed that bug. But what it doesn't do now is actually do anything. It doesn't. Well, I'm not sure what it does now. I haven't worked through that yet. It's clearly broken. I've clearly broken it. I think it's because I am not setting the current car. What I need is a callback from this monorail, this fast travel menu to set the current car. And spend the ticket. Destroy item monorail ticket in the inventory. So, I'm just working out how to get a callback here, really. We could do something like get game menu. Get, what is it? Get game UI. Dot on menu close, and then pass the menu type. E-menu, E-game. Well, I don't know if we can actually pass the menu type here. Because the menu type is defined somewhere else. Where is it? Game menus. Ah, we can through game menus. Get game, so it might be like get game menus on menu close, menu type, fast travel, monorail. Was it monorail station? And then some kind of callback. Maybe. No, thank you very much. I will. I enjoy coding a lot, so I won't be giving up anytime soon. What language are you? Is UI UX? Is that coding, or is it more After Effects and stuff? Don't really know much about that world. So game menus. Where is game menus even? It's in game UI. Okay. Need to come up with a nice way. Now the thing is, I can't do that like that, because that would add it in over and over again. So it has something like on menu closed once, like that. Get game UI on menu closed once. So monorail fast travel station. What kind of menu is that even opening? Monorail station menu. So we might write this on menu closed once. So that would be oh, nice one, yeah. Still a very skillful thing to do, for sure. I find UI hard. Definitely one of the hardest parts about development, I think. Are you looking to stay in the same industry for your next job, or are you going to try something completely different? I mean, I've just changed industry. Like I started doing the streaming and stuff in January, but before that, I was running my own business. AI implementer. Ooh, cool. What's that? What's AI implementer? I've not heard of that. Sounds quite cool though. I don't know any of this stuff. Zapier. This is a different world for me. This I don't really know anything about. You know, all these new web tools. Cool, man. Sounds good. On menu closed once. We won't implement it yet. I don't really know what we want to do there. But we will call it. So, on menu closed once. Oh, you know, the type of menu it needs to be. Now the thing is, we need to know why it was closed. Which is a little bit specific. Otherwise, we just don't put this logic right here. Basically, we need to say if we're on a monorail car, do this. So the menu closer, it could be super duper. It could be any reason why the menu is closed. Maybe that's not right. We could pass the menu. Well, we can't pass the menu though because it's not defined here. You know, are we just... Oops. We don't do it there. If we select... Where are we here? World map. If we select, go to the location, we do execute monorail fast travel as a ready state event. It should be here then. So who's listening for execute monorail fast travel? Is anyone listening? It's listening in the monorail controller, so it could be here. So we're saying so here is where we need to monorail car reset. Oh, there is where we want to set the current car. So current car ID is car ID. Then we also want to do that thing where we remove the ticket, the monorail ticket from the inventory, whatever that is. So we'll get rid of that. We basically want to do that. Here. Okay. That's what we want to do right there. So we'll set the current car ID, so that's the car we're riding. And then we are going to... We can't do that here. The end of the frame, we'll do it here. And then we spend the monorail ticket. Brilliant. Right, so that should mean that if we just close the monorail menu without actually doing anything, it won't spend the monorail ticket anymore. It won't do anything, which is what we want. So buy a ticket. And just wait for a car. So if you just close this, doesn't spend it. Does keep the car there, which is probably what we want. We don't need the car to run away. So let's just fast travel there. Check this fast travel still works. Now we are actually setting current car. Yeah, good. All right, so we need to detect when we run out of that circle now. Where is it? So we set the car's wait T to... So we set it, so this makes the car wait. And then we need to set it back to 3 seconds when we run out of the... So we could just say if car so that's saying that we're inside. I'm just saying that we're outside. I don't just want to set the monorail cars T to be 3 though, because that's getting ticked down. So what I might do is have weight T max. Oops. It's my alarm. Don't need that alarm today though. Weight T max, right? Weight T max. So I'm going to say if car weight T greater than car weight T max, car, well, I'll just say car T weight T equals BM the minimum car weight T, car weight T max. Okay, so what that means is that the car should, when we run out of the circle, decide it wants to head off again, which would be good. They're not arrows. And then the last thing that I need to do is actually be able to get off the monorail if we're just riding it, which we should be able to do today. We need to detect if the monorail car enters the station, and if it does, we want to be able to spawn a menu which just says get off the monorail. So buy a ticket. So if we do this, not going to move, but if we go away, it should move off again. Brilliant. But it won't ever move away, which is nice, because we might want to open that menu again. So if you press cancel, it's setting it to 8T max. I don't think we want to do that. If I press cancel, I still think it wants to wait. Okay. So rather than do this now, this needs to push the execute event. What the execute event does is it runs the player into the monorail car. Rather than just disappearing him. Show you what I mean. So if I buy a ticket, if I like come right down here, right? So we're not in the right place. And then we choose we want to fast travel here. He runs up to it. He doesn't just disappear. He doesn't run out of it there though, which might be a bug. It's either a bug or we haven't specified it. Exit left, so it should have run out of it. So let's fix that before we do it. First, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. Just go to the toilet. Won't be a second. First, we'll just fix why he's not. So, why he's not running off the monorail car. He just appears on top of it. He doesn't run off it. To find out where that happens. So we have an exit direction. So execute displace NPC, right? So let's just see why that's not working. X is -2, so it should run that way. Is that right in this? Yeah, that way. So who's listening to execute displace NPC? Displacement. P plus displacement. Get NPC position. Right. So, movement controller. We have a move target. Fail to find goal. Interesting. Why? So this is to do with the A-star search that we've just modified. That's broken something there. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. So you're literally right next to it. Generate NPC dynamic colliders. So I wonder why he failed to find goal. So we immediately called search internal. I wonder if it's because we didn't empty the search space. Let's just have a look at the history of this file. I'll go back to like here. Yes, it's because we didn't empty the search space. Okay, so now that should fix that. Now the guy should run off the monorail. It runs onto it. Should run to the left. There we go. Brilliant. Okay, so the next thing I want us to do is if you just catch a ride on the monorail, we need to be able to get off somehow. So if we board the monorail, nothing happens. Spent the ticket, didn't do anything. Okay, so why? are we now? Yeah, so we need to actually do this execute here now. So rather than from the game menus, execute monorail fast travel. It's not execute monorail fast travel though. It's just execute board monorail. I think. Okay. Actor ID, U64 car ID. And then we want valid begin and end. I mean, what's this do? Car ID is not equal to 0. Okay. On begin and on end, it's just the same as these two. The target. Oh, that's wrong. Just put this a bit. The target is the car's position. The status is just normal. Okay. So let's just execute board monorail. Which we need to actually fire wherever we are. Where are we? So it's this. But this needs to actually get fired from the monorail controller here. And it needs to be execute board monorail. And then in initialize, we need to listen for that. So else if data equals auto data equals E data I unwrap execute board monorail. Check that builds. basically the same, apart from we need to delete some stuff. Like, we don't need that. Do need all this and all this. So let's just see what happens. So he should get on the monorail, he should spend his ticket, and the monorail should set off. And just see if the camera follows the monorail around. And we probably want to do a before frame tick, and we want to do a tick car with NPC, but not the fast travel version. And there we can just listen for when the monorail car comes into the station. Pop up a menu to say like, get off the monorail. If we're in the station. So if this works, I would expect him to run into the monorail car, disappear. I'm not sure if the camera is going to follow him. Oh, it is, it is. All right, cool. So we're in the state now where we can start listening for when the monorail car is approaching the monorail station, and then it will allow us to pop up a menu to say a light here or something. But first I'm going to get a cup of coffee, so it'll be 2 minutes. Okay. So we've got tick car with NPC. So I'm going to say tick car with NPC fast travel. I'm going to rename that. And then I'm going to have tick car with NPC. Not the fast travel version. So we're going to do a before frame tick. Tick car with NPC. Then what we need to do is we need to get the car Okay. If you can't get the car, we return true. If we return true, it means we stop the ticker. So we stop ticking, I think. So if it's not traveling, return false. So we want to say if car state is not equal to approaching station, or the car state is not equal to at station, return false. Return true. It's going to say, so now we're at the station or we're approaching the station. We need to do get game UI dot choice menu is open. No. Open choice menu. Position and choices. The position is the car position. Location. Position. The choices are what's the opposite of board? A light. Disembark. We'll say disembark. Or continue. On choices, callback equals size T choice. We don't actually want to open the choice menu there though. We want to open it if the player presses a button. So we need to go through all this rigmarole of finding out where we want to open the menu here. The icon target and stuff, NPC position. Okay. So we want to do all this stuff. I think to be fair, we always return false. So we get the NPC position. We don't need to do that. Get the icon target. So we're only going to do this if we're approaching the station or we're at the station. All right. So let's break there, right? If we press continue, we want to continue ticking. as a reference. And if we press disembark, we want to execute the we also want to do car weight T equals the maximum float value. So let's just see if we get a menu anyway. We should get a little exclamation point when we're approaching the station. And then if we press the E key, we should pop a menu. We should spawn a menu. So we'll just ride past the station first. So just look for an exclamation point. We don't get one. The car state is traveling. Okay, so we're not updating the car state by the sounds of it. Oh, it's at station. Hang on, I think this logic is wrong. That's an and, isn't it? Okay, let's try again. Now, I think the get bone position is gonna be wrong because we're not actually moving the hero around. I don't think. Let's see. No. So it's not get bone position or NPC position, it's just car position. Believe. There it is. Now, do we or do we not want to display that there? So there it goes. It comes in an exclamation point there now. So in theory, if we press E when the exclamation point is, if we can press E, have we disabled input as well? Maybe we have. Oh, we can do it. Disembark. So The guy shouldn't. The monorail car, it does head off. Why does the monorail car head off? So we're setting wait T, and let's just brakeman value changes. Okay, no. Saying it's outside the station there. Confusing. Oh, because we're going for the NPC position. So it has to be if the current car ID is 0 as well. We're not on a car. Current car ID is 3. So if current car ID 0 and that. Don't know if we want that exclamation point to be there. It would allow the person to get off immediately if you did it by mistake. Alright, so hopefully it stays there. Now that menu is open, which looks like it's doing. Tofu the Lofu. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, I'm coding. Coding a game. And an engine as well. Ooh, look. Do you code? You a coder as well? Okay, let's press disembark. There we go. So we need to set the results. So we could do this like this. We couldn't do that. So I think we need to do static, standard, optional. Good, cool. What kind of things? What do you do? Web dev. Nice one. Yeah, I've done a bit of web dev in my time as well. Some online shops and things. This is not web, this is just I mean, I suppose they call it systems code. So we're going to say, if we have that, return that. Then we need to reset it as well. Don't do C++. Yeah, I mean, C++ is pretty good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, well, the web dev languages it's PHP mostly. Not Dr. Elliot, how's it going? Nice to see you. Yeah, PHP, JavaScript, if I've done web dev. What kind of languages are you doing web dev with? So if we have a menu result, so all that means is we can set a menu result. We can say if choice is equal to 0, menu result equals true. F# for work. Cool. So functional. Is that like functional programming for the web? If my brain remembers rightly. Yeah, I can tell closure is functional from the name. Sure. Because that's a functional concept, isn't it, a closure? Yeah, nice one. That's cool, that. You don't come across, well, I don't come across that much people doing functional programming. I did, when I was at uni a long time ago, I did a course on Haskell, which was a bit mind warping at the time. I don't actually remember too much about it. It was a long time ago, it was like 20 years ago, but I do remember I did it. Yeah. I do remember my lecturer was like, Haskell's so good because you can do like, takes you 100 lines of C to do 3 lines of Haskell. But then I was like, but it takes you 100 times longer to think of that 3 Haskell lines. So... yeah, it is for sure. There's a lot of it actually coming into C++, you know, or programming in general. There's a lot of like this idea of functional programming coming into these more procedural languages. Yeah, cool. I think it's all very much in C++ land. It's all very much concept at the moment, but there are people that are really pushing for it. Yeah, exactly. The main C++ hurdle, I think, is you've got to expose how it would work with memory and things like that. It can't be too memory intense. What other languages? Well, so C++ for the game stuff, and then HLSL for the graphics stuff, which is this stuff, which is mainly, it's just like it's mostly mathematical kind of. It's not much to it. It's just good for maths, for graphics. And then whenever I've done web stuff, so in my old life, I've written online shops and till systems and stuff for my other business, my business. And the tills were done in C#. And then interacted with the cloud using PHP for like the server stuff, and then the website stuff, PHP and JavaScript and HTML, and MySQL and all that. And I haven't done it for a very long time, but I did a lot of Java at uni. Java was the main language they taught object-oriented programming with at uni, so I did like 4 years of that. But then I didn't really do it after uni. Yeah, so I dip in and out of the business. I've just come back from 3 weeks off. Well, 3 weeks off the game, and I've spent 2 of those weeks working in my other job. And then one of those weeks I actually had off. But now I'm free for the next 10 weeks or something, so it's good. So yeah, it allows me to do this, and I have like a little office in my hometown that I rent out with my dad. He pays half the rent and I pay half the rent for that, and then he does his he's into like maths at the moment, so he's doing like a maths course. Owning your own business lifestyle. Well, it took me a long time to get to this position. It's like a long, stressful time. And if you can put up with that, it's worth it. But I've got friends who are still grinding at it now. It's not guaranteed, you know what I mean? And it's more difficult now because the economy's a lot worse. So I left uni in 2008, and then I started the business in 2009, and then I've only just been able to take a step back last year. But that's not entirely true, because there was a long period before COVID where I could spend a lot more time doing this, and then COVID happened, and then it was like you have to go back and kind of like protect your business, you know. Definitely a lot more. It's like if you can cope with the stress, it's all right. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is you've got quite a large chance losing your job working for somebody. If you're scared about losing your income, I think, the business owners are always the last to go. all the staff go first. So if you think about it like that, you're more protected owning your own business if you already have a business. But then you're also liable for any debts or anything that happen. So you got to be able to cope with that on your shoulders, I suppose. You're not just thinking about your own personal income and can you survive, it's also the business's personal income, business's income and survival as well at the same time. Yeah. There are some real good benefits, like you don't have a boss, which is great. You are the boss if you have staff, which is, I think, is the same as having a boss. You know what I mean? Like, telling people what to do is hard as well. Very hard. And delegation and stuff like that. I think one of the main pieces of advice is if you want to start your own business, try not to be a millionaire. Just try and get something that pays you enough money to pay your bills. That is much more achievable than growing a business quickly, which is much more stressful and much more high risk doing something like that. You can grow a business slowly to a point where it's getting you enough money to pay your bills and then stop. And that's good. That's a really good way to do it. In the modern way of thinking is just to grow and grow and grow and grow and get your business as big as possible. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do. Yeah, and that's really achievable, and lots of people do that. I think if you set the goal of being a multimillionaire, you'll go too quick, too deep in a way. And that's very stressful. But yeah, it took me years and years. So I started in 2009 in the business, and then by about 2015, I was able to take a step back, and then I was doing 4 days a week coding game engines with no income, like a hobby, and then I was doing 3 days a week on the business. That's before I had kids, so I didn't have to have any other time for my kids, because I didn't have kids then, 2015. And then COVID hit, and I went to, obviously, all the staff. Some staff got made redundant, some staff went on to the furlough stuff. And then I've been working 5 or 6 days a week from when the lockdown ended, which was about 2022 or something, to last Christmas. So the Christmas just gone, really. And now I'm back to working most of the time on the engine. I mean, it's a different engine, but making engines. But yeah, it's totally achievable. And as long as you don't get in too much debt too quickly trying to grow your business, I think you'll be fine. And as long as you pick traditional business models and don't try and be too unique about something. There is this illusion that you need a unique selling point or whatever, a USP. And that's true if you want to make millions of pounds, but if you just want to support yourself and pay your bills, pick a traditional business model, like sell coffee or something. have a cafe and sell coffee because they're safe businesses, you know, in the right areas, in the right locations, on the high street. Doesn't, you know, your business doesn't have to be anything to do with what you actually want to do if the point is to give yourself more time rather than money. So we set this menu result. If the choice is 0, we set the menu result to 0 and we stop ticking. And if choice if choice is 1, meaning you pressed continue, we need to, the cars thanks for the follow. No problem, yeah. If you've got any questions about anything, just let me know and I'll... About software or whatever. Or business, no problem. Have a good day. So we'll pass through the car ID. We already do. Yeah, we'll just say car weight T equals 1 there. So if choice is equal to 1, meaning we press continue, we just say the weight T is back to being 1 and the car can move off again. So we'll test that first. We'll just test press and continue. Okay, so open the menu in the completely the wrong place, and it's the wrong menu. And these guys are... Why is it opening the wrong menu? Could fix that. NPC car at monorail station. So I think all of this actually needs to happen if current car ID is 0. There is a current car ID. We return. I'll have to head off in 5 or 10 minutes. Try and get this working first. Hey, how's it going? Toxis TV, cool name. Got any questions? And just ask, no problem. Let's press continue. We get a crash, so the car has gone. So we need to pass in. Well, can't pass in the car. We need to get the car again. yeah, if you've got any questions about coding or anything really, it's fine. Try that again. Try not to get a crash this time. So here, where choice is one, we're going to have to fire a displace character event to make him run away from the monorail. And then we need to make him appear and stuff again. So press continue. It's not moving though. Okay, so we didn't find the monorail car. That's weird. Why did we not find the monorail car? Monorails, cars. Oh, the idea is completely wrong. Oh, we need to pass that by value. Let me just do that. Is the engine hosted on Git? It is. It's private though, unfortunately. Yeah. But I can. You want me to show you anything? That's fine. All right. All right. So if I press continue, I want him to. So there we go. So we can set the wait T. And he goes off again. Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. So now if we disembark, right, that should set menu result to be true. We should return true. We should stop the tick. Programmer Jeff, thanks for the follow. Got a follower goal as well. Brilliant. How's it going? So we might not need this. We could just set the current car ID to be 0. So we could say the current car ID is 0. Return true. And then this could just say current car ID is 0. Programmer Jeff, if you've got any questions, just ask. Custom engine in C++. Yeah, I am. Oh, yes. Good fun, though. Oh, really? Are you doing engine stuff as well? So what we want to do is we want to disembark the monorail. Where do we do that? OpenGL, brilliant, yeah, cool. C++ OpenGL shader code. Yeah, nice one. This is DirectX 12, this. But I have done OpenGL as well. Alright. Let's just have a look for the monorail direction again. So we just want to exit the monorail. There it is. Car current station ID. So it's this stuff. We also need the car. So we might rewrite this. We might say auto car. Let's get monorail car ID. If there's not a car, something's gone wrong. So we'll just do current car ID equals 0. Return. And we'll do that. Yeah, I would definitely recommend you do OpenGL before DirectX for sure. Definitely. They're both completely capable of making good graphics engines. DirectX is just a little bit more, well, DirectX 12 anyway, just a little bit more in general. Version 7, so it's a long time ago. My first DirectX was DirectX 9, I think. Yeah, it's gotten quite a lot more complicated since then. DirectX 9 was good. Adam Lamar, Andre Lamar. Not heard of that person. I'll check him out. Ooh, cool. Alright, so he's old school, man. Got all his books. 2005. Nice one. What did I get? What books did I get? I got GPU Gems books. Have you ever tried them? They're really good. They're like free, I think. There's free PDFs of those 3 books. I'm pretty sure they're free. Oh yeah, look here. All the chapters here, look. It's really good for graphics programming. It's not really DirectX, it's more graphics programming, but you know. Yeah, check them out if you want to do graphics programming. That's what I learned with. Them books are quite old now, I think. When did they come out? Well, early 2000s. Yeah, done by Nvidia. But like the thick books, you know, they're like really good resources. And this guy on the front cover here, I'm pretty sure that this, I mean, it might be difficult to see on the screen there. There's a face. That was done by the guy who went on to work in Unreal, and he did all of the nanite stuff, you know, for Unreal Engine 5. Is it nanite? You know, the nanite, the huge mesh technology. Joey DeVries, LearnUpNGL.com. Oh yeah, cool. Can't remember how I learned DirectX 9. DirectX 12, I've read the documentation, Microsoft documentation, it's pretty good. If you already know a bit about graphics programming, it's good. And there's loads and loads of different examples. So you can just be like, how do I do a texture? How do I put a texture onto the graphics card? And there's an example of that. And it's just source code, so you can just step through it in the debugger. And we'll say weight T here is weight T max. Well, I've been working on the game engine for about 18 months. So that's pretty mature, kind of. Still bugs and stuff. So my task now is to stress the game engine out with a game. And myself, because I've not done much game programming before, like gameplay programming. I've spent the last, 20 years doing engines. And then I've made engines and then been like, well, there we go. And then we'll move on to another engine. Whereas this time, I'm going to actually try and make a game with it, yeah. But at the same time, I'm building out the engine. So right now I'm doing some gameplay stuff with this. It's like a monorail, so you can catch the monorail around it's meant to be it's going to be set on a space station, and there's going to be a monorail on it, and you'll be able to catch the monorail around the space station. But after I've finished this up, which is nearly done, we're going to go back onto engine stuff, and I'm going to be doing some behavior tree stuff, so AI in preparation for developing out some combat. Yeah, so coding fun is very hard. Sitting down with a blank piece of paper or a blank text document and programming something that is fun is definitely very hard. For sure. And that's what I want to do, I can do a lot of engineering stuff now, so moving on to something another challenge at the same time as stress this engine out. So yeah, you can catch the monorail, you can fast travel with it, or you can just catch it. The idea is it's meant to be, so you're a gardener on a space station, like a big space station, and it's just meant to be a chill way to move around the space station, looking at all the gardens and looking at all the NPCs going about the day-to-day life. So you can fast travel or you can catch it. And right now I'm developing the system for getting on and off the monorail. Because currently you can get on it, but you can't get off it. You can get off it if you fast travel with it. You can't get off it if you're just traveling. And then there's one more thing to do, which is I want the NPCs to be able to catch the monorail as well. So we might work on that. And then when that's done, I'm moving on to behavior trees. If I press disembark, nothing happens. All right, we need to actually, I think that's because we need to transfer. We need to transfer. We need to do this stuff. Actually. NPC. We don't have NPC. We do have NPC. We need to pass it. I've been spending since January coding up gameplay. So there's quite a lot of gameplay now in the game, which is good. You can do quite a lot of things. Okay. So I'll just try and get off this monorail at the next station. It's quite difficult with the... There we go. You ran off it. Just want the car to move on. There we go. So we can get on and off the monorail. All right, cool. So the next thing I want to do is get the NPCs to catch the monorail. It might be quite complicated, although we have done it before because the NPCs can fast travel using the normal fast travel system. So I'll copy that. So it's a little bit weird when the camera moves and the menu doesn't. So press continue then. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. We'll fix that later. We'll fix getting the menu moving later. Oh, I didn't want to press continue. Oh. Get around to the next station. At least you can get off the monorail now. There we go, he gets off it. And the monorail goes on its way. Nice one. Happy. Alright, I'm going to have to head off. My next stream, maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'm still decorating my daughter's bedroom and there's new floor coming tomorrow, so I might have to stay and put that floor in. But it's been a good stream, a good first day back streaming. 6.5 hours, it's a long one. Yeah, nice to meet you, Programmer Jeff. I try and usually I stream 4 days a week. So this week's going to be a bit on and off just because I'm finishing off decorating. But yeah, nice to meet you, and I'll see you guys in a bit. See ya.